Holly?
Here we go.
When I
Roll
look
call
her at
guys.
first, and then I'll just say, make sure she's excused, that way it's on the record that she's been excused from this meeting.
Who was
I
that?
tell people all the time, I'm trying to handle fire tech now. I don't know that I'm.
She sick?
Yeah,
Oh, right.
she's not feeling good.
Oh, well, the most
What do we do with
selective
Dion?
school right now in
Dion,
Virg-
so be careful.
is W&L because we're so small. And plus, they made the fatal mistake of allowing,
Good evening. I'd like to call the meeting to order and welcome our visitors. Is there a motion to go into closed meeting?
I move that we go into closed session pursuant to Virginia Code 2.2-3711A1 for the assignment, appointment, promotion, performance, demotion, salaries, disciplining, or resignation of specific public officers, appointees, or employees of any public body.
Second.
Right. The motion's been made by Vice Mayor Parton, seconded by Counselor Randolph. Roll call?
Counselor Denton?
Here.
Oh, yeah, we didn't do.
Oh, yes.
Mayor Bennett?
Here and yes.
Yeah, I was gonna say, we haven't done that.
Counselor Randolph?
Here and yes.
Holloway is out. Vice Mayor Parton?
Here and yes.
And Counselor Moore? No, not yet, okay. Mayor Bennett, you have 6 present, 1 excused, no go.
The motion on the floor is to go into closed meeting.
I can.
The motion on the floor is to go into closed meeting. I'm gonna ask you to roll call, please.
Counselor Gore?
Yes.
Counselor Denton?
Here.
Counselor Callum?
Here.
Mayor Bennett?
Yes.
Counselor Randolph?
Yes.
Counselor Holloway? Excused. Vice Mayor Parton?
Yes.
Okay. Thank you.
Volume.
I want to make sure that you can hear.
All right, there you go.
That was off right here, too.
That's probably true. And then my mic's working now, so he fixed it. Good.
closed
Is he uncontested?
meeting.
I move that we come out of closed session.
Second.
Motion's been made by Vice Mayor Parton, seconded by Counselor Denton. Counselor Randolph, excuse me.
We look so much alike.
Roll call, please.
Counselor Gore,
Yes.
Counselor Denton,
Here.
Counselor Pelham,
Yes.
Mayor Bennett,
Yes.
Counselor Randolph,
Yes.
Counselor Holloway. Sorry, I keep calling her, I'm sorry. Vice Mayor Parton.
Yes.
Mayor Bennett, you have 6 yes, 1 absent. Motion passes.
Okay, thank you. Will you read the certification?
Certification pursuant to Virginia Code 2.2-3712D, where only public business matters lawfully exempted from open meeting requirements, and 2, identified in the closed meeting motion discussed in closed meeting. Counselor Gore,
Yes.
Counselor Denton,
Yes.
Counselor Pelham,
Yes.
Mayor Bennett,
Yes.
Counselor Randolph,
Yes.
Vice Mayor Parton.
Yes.
Mayor Bennett, you have 6 yes. Motion passes. Well, it wasn't a motion, I apologize.
Thank you. All right. At this time, I'd like to,
Do the motion for MPO?
yes, please.
I move that we appoint Mayor Patience Bennett to the Metropolitan Planning Organization.
Second.
Second. Motion's been made by Vice Mayor Parton, seconded by Counselor Randolph. Discussion? Roll call?
Counselor Gore,
Yes.
Counselor Denton,
Yes.
Counselor Pelham,
Yes.
Mayor Bennett,
Yes.
Counselor Randolph,
Yes.
Vice Mayor Parton.
Yes.
Motion passes 6-0.
Thank you. I'd like to welcome our visitors this evening. Thank you for being here with us. And since this is our first in-house meeting, so it's not here on the agenda, but I would like to call the regular meeting to order. And roll call, please.
Okay. Mayor Bennett,
Here.
Vice Mayor Parton,
Here.
Counselor Randolph,
Here.
Counselor Gore,
Here.
Counselor Denton,
Here.
Counselor Pelham.
Here. Okay, thank you. Okay. We'll bow our heads for prayer, please. Our kind and gracious Heavenly Father, we thank you for bringing us all here together. And it's been a year, it's been a while. However, we thank you for this wonderful building that we're here and we're gathered to serve your people. And we'd like to ask a special blessing upon council that we may be quick to listen and slow to speak and understand and know that we are here for our constituents and for those that we serve. And I say these things in the name of Jesus Christ. Amen.
Will you all please rise for the Pledge of Allegiance? I pledge allegiance
To the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Okay. Is there a motion to amend or adopt, to amend the regular meeting agenda?
I move that we amend the regular meeting agenda to add communications from citizens to the agenda underneath the information and presentation section, and to remove public hearings 1 and 2.
Second.
Motion's been made by Vice Mayor Parton, seconded by Counselor Pelham. I do not see any lights for discussion. Roll call?
Counselor Gore,
Yes.
Counselor Denton,
Yes.
Counselor Pelham,
Yes.
Mayor Bennett,
Yes.
Counselor Randolph,
Yes.
Vice Mayor Parton.
Yes.
Motion passes 6-0, Mayor Bennett.
Thank you. Is there a motion to amend or adopt the consent agenda?
I move that we adopt the consent agenda.
Second.
Motion's been made by Vice Mayor Parton, seconded by Counselor Pelham. Roll call?
Counselor Gore,
No.
Counselor Denton,
Yes.
Counselor Pelham,
Yes.
Mayor Bennett,
Yes.
Counselor Randolph,
Yes.
Vice Mayor Parton.
Yes.
Motion passes 6-0, Mayor Bennett.
Okay.
Who?
Did you say no, Gore? Yes, she did.
She said no?
Yes.
I'm so sorry, I did not hear that. So, motion passes 5-1.
Thank you. Moving on to the public hearing.
Communication.
We have communications from citizens. Is there anyone on the list?
Is that where you inserted it? Is that where you inserted it? Oh. Do we usually have it? I think it's usually after the city manager stuff. Oh, I like this better. Thank you.
I have Mr. Reverend Danny Tucker Sr. Okay, I'm going to read the, please forgive us, it's been a while since we've been in the chamber, but, I'm going to read the rules. Each person addressing the council shall step to the microphone, give name and address, and limit comments to 5 minutes or less. No person shall be permitted to address council a second time until all others have been heard once, and no one shall speak more than twice on any subject in any one meeting. All remarks shall be addressed to council as a body and not to any member thereof. No person other than council and the person having the floor shall enter into discussion either directly or through a member of council without the permission of the mayor. No question shall be asked a council member, including administration, except through the presiding officer, which is also the chair. Hello.
Hello, I'm Reverend Danny Tucker. I live at 508 Appomattox Street, right here in Hopewell, Virginia, and I'm also a member of the clergy. First of all, I would like to thank you for allowing me this time to come before you this evening. On behalf of the clergy, pastors, and members of the City of Hopewell, we would like to thank you, our City Council members, for your leadership in the City of Hopewell through today's difficult times. We would also like to thank our city law enforcement, fire department, emergency services, and community services for their dedicated service to the City of Hopewell. The members of the clergy from the City of Hopewell would like to inform you that we're planning a community-wide tent revival. The event will take place at Colonial Square Shopping Center, which is near Rosa's Pizza. This event will begin on Monday, August 9th, 2021 at 7 p.m. and it will go Monday through Friday each week. Each night, a different pastor and church will be in charge of the worship services. The revival services will last as long as we have area churches signed up to serve. It is our prayer and hope that these revival services will bring hope, faith, and goodwill to the members of the community and the surrounding area. As I take my seat, I would like to say that we are delighted to be residents of the City of Hopewell, and with the help of our city officials and the community, we will continue to establish our city as a good place to raise our children, a good place to love our families, and a good place to live in our community. It still takes a village to raise a family. Together, we will keep the hope in Hopewell. Thank you for allowing me this time to stand before you this evening.
Thank you.
Amen.
Thank you, Reverend Tucker.
I'm the next on the agenda, I imagine, Christopher Rocher. I live at 512 Jefferson. The reason why the pastor and I are here together is to let you know as a city that this is a citywide thing. This is not a black thing, a white thing, it's a Jesus thing. And we hope to see that the Lord will come down and meet this city.
Amen.
And change in a good way, so that we'll be united as we should be, as one city in the Lord. And thank you for allowing us this time, and blessings on you all. God bless you.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you.
Madam Mayor, and also add that the clerk it was organized also by the organization that most people know, Organization of Churches and Concerned Citizens. This is an initiative that group is aiding to this purpose. Thank you.
Counselor Powell.
Please come out.
Okay. I'd like to thank our citizens, and now we're going to move. Here.
Sorry, I
We're gonna
didn't
move
sign
on to
up.
our public hearing.
It's been a long time.
It's been a
Oh, you did.
while. Ellie Delighty, Ward 3, Madam Mayor, councilors, city manager, and of course, my brother. Gee whiz. Can't get away from us. Anyway, but I'll be short. Basically, I'm here to plug for myself as a downtown property owner, as well as some other downtown property owners, as well as some of the downtown business owners that we've been discussing the Francisco Landing. And we'd really like to see that project proceed, and we'd love to hear an update on it at some time whenever it's appropriate. We're waiting to hear where we are, and we hope it's in the positive, that it's moving on. The people up and down East Broad really would like to see that project move forward. Thank you.
Thank you. Are there any other citizens who didn't have a chance to sign in that would like to speak this evening? Okay. Right. Moving on to our public hearings.
Madam Mayor, members of council, with your amended agenda, the first public hearing you have this evening is an amendment of the FY 21-22 school board budget. The request before us, as we had the discussion with schools during the budget process, was that council made commitments to schools with regard to funding new items in their budget related to the city's match for the 5% raise provided by the state, the additional special ed positions. There was also additional change to some existing special ed compliance officers' contracts and the increased share of the healthcare costs for schools. And then council decided to also fund the purchase of the Tyler Munis financial management software system, so schools in the city will be operating on the same system. Those commitments totaled $1,201,085. Additionally, there's another resolution in your packet that dealt with what we discussed at that time was the additional $1,136,069 of funding that schools have requested. The original thought that evening, and as we discussed that evening, and then as in your packet, was that you would budget and appropriate the $1.2 million, and then you would just budget the additional funding, the $1.1 million, and that would be budgeted and appropriated at a future date pending council's receipt of a written report from the school board containing the FY22 line item expenditures for the year dated up to December 31st of 2021, and additional information regarding actual line item expenditures for fiscal years 19, 20, and 21. Since that point in time, there's been some discussion regarding how we appropriate our funds to the city, and there's a state code section that deals with the council can appropriate money to schools, but it has to be appropriated in the same manner in which you appropriate to city departments. And because we appropriate funds at one time to all of our departments, we cannot make that a separate appropriation, so we have to do it all at once. So this evening in front of you, there are two, an amended resolution that would replace the second resolution in your packet, but what I would do is just draw your attention to the one that's lettered B. And what that does is it makes the entire proposed amendment and appropriation of the total of the 2.3 million, so $2,337,154. And that would increase the school's budget total to $63,611,845. In the resolution B, it still includes the request for the reporting information. So as council has discussed, and I want to say probably before I got here, discussions of additional information from schools with regard to their actual expenditures and line item expenditures. So we maintain that request in the second resolution for requesting schools to provide the city with the actual expenditures for the FY22, which is our current budget year as of December 31st, and then the actual year-end expenditures for 19, 20, and 21. That's the request before you. You do have a public hearing this evening to solicit input from the citizens, and I'll be happy to answer any questions that council may have.
I don't see any lights. Oh, Counselor Denton?
Yes. I would just like to say, we have discussed this somewhat, and I believe we still have a lot of, you can't hear me?
No, we need to do the public hearing first.
Do what?
Public hearing needs to be done
Oh,
first.
Yeah.
public hearing.
Open the public hearing.
Okay. All right. I'm gonna go ahead and open the floor for comments.
Okay.
Do you have anyone signed up for the public hearing?
Didn't have anything.
Is-
No one signed up.
Okay. For the purpose of our constituents and their understanding of how the process went, Mr. Altman, could you please explain how this was advertised?
So it was advertised as an amendment to the school board's budget in the total amount of $2,337,154, and resulting in a total amended budget of $63,611,845. That's the ad that we did, that we were budgeting and those funds for the schools. So the action that you were to take this evening, if you were to act on the B, is consistent with the ad that was placed in the paper.
Okay. Thank you. The public hearing is now closed. All right. President?
I could talk.
Yes.
Okay. We sort of discussed this a little bit, and I know, me for one, I still have quite a few questions that I am not clear on about this funding and some information that was received today. So I would like to make a motion that we postpone acting on this until our first meeting in August, until we can answer these questions that we have.
So the motion on the floor is to postpone the approving the budget or taking action on the school budget until the first meeting in August. Is there a second? All right, motion fails for lack of a second. Vice Mayor Parton and then Councilor Gore.
Counselor Gore can go first.
Thank you. I just have a point of information so that people can follow what we're talking about.
Mr. Altman, can you just clarify again for the public, the fact that this is to address a budget appropriation, to correct something, right? So what would be the impact if a decision wasn't made tonight?
So in order for the action taken tonight would make the school board's budget request whole. And as a result of that, if there was delay in the action tonight or no action, schools would have to move forward with reducing their budget, the equivalent amount. So if council, as we discussed at your June 15th meeting, approved the first resolution, which appropriated the $1.2 million that was committed to, that would go to their budget, but then they would have to look, if you didn't do the 1.1, then they would have to look to cut 1.1 from their budget, that then, if you came back at a later date, could restore, but they start their school year starting in 2 weeks. On the 26th is when they begin. So they would have to look to make a reduction in their budget in that time period.
Thank you.
Vice Mayor Parton?
Yes, I move that we defer action on this item until next week, until next Tuesday, hold a special meeting.
Motion fails for lack of a second.
Sorry, I was talking. I'm seconding that. Sorry.
Okay, motion made by Vice Mayor Parton, seconded by Counselor Randolph. Discussion? All right, I'm just going to have to say,
Oh, I think Mrs. Denton had her light on.
I just wanted to verify, next Tuesday, I believe our city manager will be on vacation. And I would certainly like for him to be in on these discussions, since he does the budget.
that was going to be my.
Maybe the week after?
I'm okay with the week after, but I've had a small discussion on the sidebar and asked the city manager if he could join us for that special meeting via phone. And I'll let him answer that.
If that's what council desires, then yeah, I'd like to be on vacation, but
We all would.
so
Okay, the motion on the floor is to defer the action on the amendment of the FY 21-22. Counselor Gore?
I just have another
Mhm.
question about procedure. If I can only speak for myself. I was made aware of this issue in full this evening, a couple hours before coming here. So since we're aware of there being an appropriation for the budget that we have to correct, would there be any issues with us delaying it further that when it may impact them operating their budget? Do you see what I'm saying? We're aware of a problem that we did improperly, and it directly impacts them doing their operations and having their budget. Delaying a decision, to me, could make us, in my opinion, have some negative consequences just besides like the political fallout, but literal knowing that you did not follow a statute properly and didn't do anything. That's my concern. So this is a question for the attorney. Do you see that there be any issues with us delaying this further, knowing that we have to take action to address this?
I'm not sure that is a legal question. I think it's an issue for each of you to decide for yourselves whether you put the school board in position A or position B, or the superintendent and her board.
Okay.
I think you
Okay.
vote your conscience on whether or not you need to take a couple more weeks, as Vice Mayor Parton has asked for.
So it couldn't potentially turn to like a legal issue with them challenging that they couldn't do their contract or something on their end?
I don't see a legal challenge
Okay.
at all by the school system.
All right, thank you.
All right, motion on the floor, Counselor Randolph.
Thank you. This is a dilemma, and I understand the dilemma that we're each facing on this. However, the problems that I have are well-known because I've spoken up the entire time we've talked about the budget and the school budget. What I see happening is immediately, if we vote a portion and not the full 2.1, 2.3 million extra dollars schools say they need, over and above what the average has shown that they spend, then they will have to appropriate at that point in time for the amount that we give them. Without knowing more and without them giving us more and communicating with us more, I'm hesitant to do any more funding. Certainly, we have agreed, in addition to the 12.2 that we are giving them, another 1.1 million that we've already met with them on and said we would give them. The other 1.8 million that we're talking potentially about is from savings from previous years that are going through audits. That's where I have the difficulty with the continued savings that it happens year after year. I'm willing to commit to the 1.2, but not the full amount for the additional spending. I'd like to see some more figures besides the one page that we received as a council from them. I would like to be able to work with them for not just an annual budget, but a plan on future budgets. To me, it makes sense that we shouldn't be doing year by year when funding for them is coming from so many different areas that time frame runs out and then we're expected just to pick up the rest with no planning, no forethought. And I don't want to do my fiscal planning that way. So I can go next week, I can go the week after, but if we go tonight, I'm voting no. Thank you.
Counselor Gore.
Just one last question for clarity. Ms. Altman, I know that you didn't realize the extent of this until recently as well, but in terms of the public advertisement and it being on the agenda, the schools knew that this was going to be happening tonight. So did they decline to attend, or was there discussions about having representation? Because my question is, where are they at on this issue to defend what they're asking for?
I don't think they declined.
I mean, were they invited?
I didn't reach out specifically to invite them, but they knew that it was going to be on the agenda for the conversation. And I think when we had our last meeting, there was a discussion about continuing to come back. So I didn't reach out and say, hey, FYI, y'all need to be here tonight. But we all knew that it was going to be on here. I had shared the resolutions, the draft resolutions with the schools.
Okay, thank you.
The motion on the floor is to postpone the amendment, action on the amendment of the FY 21-22 school board budget to a special meeting to be on July 20th. Mr. City Manager.
So I just have an ask. In postponing the vote, what's the expectation for school? What information, what is it that you want for next week that you don't, just so we know what we're looking for, what council's looking for next week's meeting?
I would like to see an invitation be personally extended and for them to accept or decline it on the record. And then for them to share what their asks are, specifically what they can and cannot do without, and where are they at with accomplishing the task that we originally requested. That's just my personal ask.
I also have some asks. I'd like to know where the jobs are that we just got wind of pull the list. And additionally, how those are being funded and how long they're being funded for, if it's from CARES Act or, one of the other programs. And if they are putting those ads out as being funded short-term. Certainly I wanna, find out, more than they gave us for their budget, within the single page that we got previously, because we've agreed to that. Okay.
He didn't confirm, but he didn't say yes, I think he is, you can ask him, so.
I'd like your hand to be.
Is there any,
Counselor Denton just wants to confirm that, city manager is going to be here. I thought it was assumed yes, but she wants to hear from you that you'll be present
If I can be on the phone,
on the 20th.
yeah, I'll be physically out of the state next week. But if I need to be present, if I can phone it in, then I can find a quiet place to do that.
or we can all meet you at your out-of-state, vacation home.
Yeah? That might, yeah,
Be cozy.
we could do it on the beach in the sand.
Can we all come down there?
Yeah, we'll meet you. Just send us the address. Okay, all right. So any more comments, questions, or concerns for our city manager? If not, the motion on the floor is to
Could I
Counselor
get,
Randolph.
could I get Ms. Gore to repeat her items again?
Okay.
I didn't write them all down, I was trying to catch up.
A written invitation to attend,
Yep.
so they can respond.
Got it.
Where are they at with accomplishing the original ask that's in the resolution? And what are their budgetary items in terms of priority that they can do? If they have to take away their choice, what would be removed? And I will be very clear with that, because I don't want to repeat what happened before, because we do not make cuts to their budget. What do they choose to eliminate, should that need to be done?
Okay.
All clear?
And I just want to clarify, we are going for the 20th and not the following week.
At what time?
Yes. We haven't said.
6:30.
6:30? Okay. We have to vote on that, right?
Yes. Okay, without further ado, the motion on the floor is to hold action of the amendment of FY 21-22 school board budget to a special meeting on July 20th, 2021 at 6:30 PM. That motion was made by Vice Mayor Parton and seconded by Counselor Randolph.
Mm-hmm.
Yes. Right, roll call, please.
Counselor Gore,
Yes.
Counselor Denton,
Yes.
Mayor Bennett,
Yes.
Counselor Randolph,
Yes.
Vice Mayor Parton.
Yes.
Mayor Bennett, motion passes
Thank
5-0.
Thank you. Right, Mr. City Manager, I'm going to give you the floor.
The next public hearing this evening is a public hearing to amend the City of Hopewell's FY 22 budget to budget $4,999,465.50 of Federal American Rescue Plan Act funds to the general fund and appropriating $469,914 of those dollars to Fund 71, our capital projects. In the budget process, we had the conversation where council wanted staff to pursue the ability to do a 2.5% cost of living increase for employees, given that all the state agencies and schools are getting 5%. So again, thank you, council, on behalf of our employees for doing that. But as a part of that discussion, there was a recognition that we would have to pull money that we were going to initially move from the general fund to capital back over to the general fund to make that happen, and that was in the amount of $212,000. So with that, this appropriation portion, so we're not asking you to appropriate all $4.9 million, only the proportion of the $212,000 that would address those issues in the capital budget that we eliminated, which include $25,000 for a plotter scanner in the Department of Development, $12,500 for radio and hose and fire, and $162,414 of a fire engine lease in the fire department. And there's about, I think if I remember correctly, about $14,000 left over. Those leftover funds go back into the VDOT road maintenance area. So that's what would specifically the funding would be used for. In addition, I have an additional request for another $270,000 for the purchase of an ambulance in our fire department. We have a grant that we received from the Cameron Foundation that is set to expire at the end of the month for $63,000, and I would hate to lose those grant funds. So the total appropriation request would be those items above that we eliminated from the budget, plus the $270,000 in order to move forward with the purchase of an ambulance for the fire department. There's a resolution in your packet outlining that, and again, we're not asking for the appropriation of all of those funds, just this portion. With the remainder of the funds, the comment period on the American Rescue Plan Act in the Federal Register, I believe, ends Friday. So at that point in time, we'll know in the next week or two after that what the final rules will be set out by Treasury. And at that point, we'll come back to y'all probably at your August meeting and have a larger discussion, probably partially in a work session to begin with, about what those rules are, what we can and can't use the money for, solicit input from not only council, but look to the community to then what will we use the remainder of those funds. So we're gonna get a total of just under $10 million in American Rescue Plan Act funding over this year and next. We have to have those funds obligated to be spent by 24, and we have to spend them by 2026. So we have time, and unlike the CARES Act, where we had to spend by December, and we kind of rushed through to get all that spent because of the threat of it being taken away, we have time to look at how we're going to spend that total of $9,998,813. So what we want to do is just take care of this piece now, and then come back and have that discussion with council with regard to how we're going to spend the remainder of the first half of the money we got for this year. And then next year we'll come back when we budget and appropriate. At that point in time, we'll have a plan to do that then. But right now, we're just asking council's pleasure to appropriate the $469,914. But again, that's the only amount of money that we're asking for appropriation of this $4,999,466.50. Any questions? I'd be happy to answer them. We have a public hearing this evening.
I have a question.
You want a question before we open the public hearing? Okay.
I have a
Counsel-
question.
Yes, Counselor Warren, then Counselor Pelham.
And I understand that you're not trying to have us appropriate the rest of the money. But in regards to the 400,000, if I heard you correctly, you're waiting on the rules about how we can spend this funding. How can we appropriate 400,000 now?
So what we know the rules now is that we can use it to replace lost revenue, and we know that it supports acquisitions in support of public safety. So we know those items, and I'm comfortable with those items. What we're looking at is the guidance that's been established. We don't think it's going to tighten. We think it may get looser, which we would hope that it would. So those items are already in there that we know that we can move forward with. So I'm comfortable making that request this evening because of what we know about the rules today. And again, we're hoping that they'll loosen them a little bit as a result of the final guidance provided in the comment period.
And then we'll have subsequent work sessions before anything else is spent.
Absolutely. Yes, ma'am.
Thank you.
All right, Counselor Pelham.
And you chose capital projects line item fund. Why that particular fund and not the general fund?
Well, we're budgeting the money to the general fund, but we're only appropriating the $469,000 to capital because that's where we took the money to make the raise whole. We had to move money back from capital in the budget to the general fund to make the raise happen. So I want to replace those dollars in the capital that we would have committed to, and that was our conversation during the
That's just a
budget
part of
process.
it, okay, and
Yeah.
not the whole force.
Yeah, no, the rest of it's gonna be appropriated to the general fund for now.
Okay.
And it's held there, and we cannot spend any of it because you won't appropriate you're not gonna appropriate the full amount.
Right, thank you.
Yes, ma'am.
I'm going to open the public hearing at this time.
No, nothing, no comments, no one signed up.
Okay, and, Mr. City Manager, could you explain, let the constituents know how this was advertised?
So we placed an ad in the paper, our paper of local circulation is the Progress Index. The ad, advertised a budget amendment in the amount of $4,999,406.50, increasing the city's overall budget to $59,355,688.50. So that's the increase in the budget as a result of the amendment, and then you're making the appropriation.
Okay. And we did not have anyone sign up for the public hearing this evening. Is anyone here that did not have a chance to sign up, would like to speak on this evening? Right? No?
I'll make a motion when you're finished.
Public hearing's closed. Vice Mayor Parton.
I move City Council approve the resolution amending the city's FY '22 budget in the amount of $4,999,406.50 and appropriate $469,914 to fund 71 capital projects for the plotter scanner, the radio hose, fire engine lease, ambulance, and the VDOT road paving.
Second.
Motion's been made by Vice Mayor Parton, seconded by Councilor Gore. I don't see any lights for discussion. Roll call?
Counselor Gore,
Yes.
Counselor Denton,
Yes.
Counselor Pelham,
Yes.
Mayor Bennett,
Yes.
Counselor Randolph,
Yes.
Vice Mayor Parton.
Yes.
Motion passes, Mayor Bennett, 6-0.
Thank you. And we're going to go ahead and move down to regular business, and I'll give the floor to Mr. Altman.
Thank you, Madam Mayor, and thank you, council, for your support of the last item. R1 in your agenda this evening is a request for council approval and authorization to submit a grant application to the Virginia Clean Water Revolving Loan Fund in the amount of $1 million. The grant application is to support a gray water pilot project at the Hope Water Renewal Facility. It will be a pilot program for a year, and at that point in time, with the data that is arrived from that, we will know whether we can move forward with the project. Just so council and the community know what we're talking about with gray water. We currently discharge our treated water at Hope Water Renewal into Bailey's Creek, the James River, which goes into the Chesapeake Bay. What we would be doing is capturing a portion of potentially all of that discharge and recycling it back into a treatment system that would then go and support cooling water and some processed water at our local industries. So we've been in some discussions here as of late with our local industries about the opportunity to pursue this way to divert water, that our discharge water into the bay, into the James, and reuse it. This isn't a new conversation. We'd been under these conversations in the beginning with the Virginia American Water Company. They had a change in leadership, and those conversations kind of died down, and they were picked back up by industry. So if we move forward, and if all the data comes back that it works and the industry is supportive of it, then we would look to move forward with a larger project. At this point, what we're looking at is we will make the application. There is a match that's going to be required, and that match would be paid for out of the miscellaneous revenues, or what we like to refer to as our rainwater. which this year at water renewal, last check, well, the previous fiscal year, which ended on June 30th, we were in course to generate about $12 million in additional revenue there. So those dollars would be put in by the commission to make the match. There's no city dollars that are gonna be put forth in this grant application. So what we're asking is for council to allow the administration to move forward with the application to the Virginia Clean Water Revolving Loan Fund and to conduct the proposed pilot study and allow the commission chair, Mr. Parton, myself, and our director at Water Renewal to meet and discuss this project with our state legislators and representatives of DEQ. If there are any questions, council, I'd be happy to answer them.
I don't see any lights. Vice Mayor Parton.
I move City Council approve the application to the Clean Water Revolving Loan Fund for $1 million to conduct a pilot study program and to allow the Hopewell Water Renewal Chair, City Manager, and Director for the Hopewell Water Renewal Plant to meet and discuss the project with state legislators and representatives of DEQ.
Second.
Motion's been made by Vice Mayor Parton, seconded by Councilor Pelham. Are there any lights for discussion? Roll call.
Counselor Gore,
Yes.
Counselor Denton,
Yes.
Counselor Pelham,
Yes.
Mayor Bennett,
Yes.
Counselor Randolph,
Yes.
Vice Mayor Parton.
Yes.
Mayor Bennett, motion passes 6-0.
Thank you.
Madam Mayor, your second item on the agenda, second R item this evening, is a resolution to end our declaration of local emergency as it relates to COVID-19. On, seems like a long time ago, on March 14th, 2020, we issued a local state of emergency, was declared in accordance with section 44-14621 of the Code of Virginia in response to the public health threat and the safety to the residents of the city posed by and resulting from the COVID-19 virus. Council then confirmed that declaration at the next council meeting, and then that declaration remains in full force and effect until Hopewell, the city council, determines that all necessary emergency actions have been taken and takes appropriate action to end the declared emergency by majority vote in an open meeting in accordance with 44-14621.21A. You have a resolution in your packet this evening that would end our local declaration effective to this evening. And as we know, the governor's emergency declaration ended on June 30th. So staff asks for council support to approve the resolution this evening.
All right. Councilor Gore.
Even though I'm masked up, I move that we approve the resolution ending the declaration of a local emergency in response to the coronavirus 2019 COVID-19.
Second.
Motion's been made by Councilor Gore, seconded by Vice Mayor Parton. Any discussion?
Just have one thing to say.
Councilor Gore?
The only thing I want to say is that was a really tough year, trying to adjust everything. Council met for over a year virtually. Staff had to adjust. IT department, thank you so much for everything that you did for council and the entire city to keep us running. And thank you for staff for working hard. And thank you for the constituents that trusted us to do our best to try to make sure everyone was taken care of. And so I just want to say those comments because I do remember being on the phone with Mr. Altman on a Saturday, trying to figure out how to get this thing passed to declare the emergency. And so hats off to council and everyone involved.
Thank you. Is there any other comment? Councilor Denton?
I would just like to thank them, whoever's responsible for our clean air, maybe our city manager. We have this contraption sitting up behind us.
Well, as with most things, I am the beneficiary of someone else's good work. So really, we will have to extend public thanks to Mr. Brian Beasley of our Public Works Department, who found the system, contacted the rep for the company, got this here in the one in closed session room as a demo for us this evening so we can look through it. And he also was the one that spearheaded our effort. For those in the community that don't know, all of our HVAC systems we put scrubbers on it like you would have at a hospital. So all of our HVAC systems on all of our public buildings have those units now with our HVAC. So our staff did a phenomenal job over this last 18 months. I mean, they really did, and I can't say enough about everything that they did to adapt and adjust, and sometimes hourly. You know, we would make a decision and something else would come out from CDC that would change what we did in the course that we had to take. And I can't say enough about their resiliency and their flexibility in all of this. They just well-deserved thanks. And thank you to council and Ms. Gore for thanking it. IT definitely, we wouldn't have survived without Zoom. So, not that I'm in a hurry to go back to Zoom, but we would not have survived the last 18 months without having Zoom. So thank you to everybody on our staff for everything that they did during this time. I can't agree more with the comments.
Thank you.
Thank you. Counselor Pelham?
Yes, and I would ask that Mr. Altman explain to the citizens when buildings and what does this mean as it relates to opening buildings and et cetera.
So we opened all, and I can't remember the date, but all of our public buildings are currently open back to normal operation.
Okay.
Particularly with when the governor's orders came out, not on June 30th, but prior, when we reduced the mandate and reduced social distancing, we then took steps to open the building back up to the public conveniently around tax collection time. So that's been a good thing, but all of our buildings are open to the public again. We're making adjustments. Obviously, community center isn't back fully because of the roof issues over top of the gym. And then we've got some issues, that we talked to y'all about with over the pool. But in addition, we'll be looking at getting those back fully open. But all of our public buildings, courthouse, social services seen in person, in cases, again, walk-ins. So we're back open to the public, which doesn't mean that we won't take advantage of things that we learned during the pandemic.
Online scheduling.
So, Zoom will be there, and we will continue to use and have the ability to have virtual meetings just for a convenience perspective. Unfortunately, with ending the governor's, when he ended his state of emergency, the ability to do a virtual council meeting went away because we have to have a quorum in place. Now we go back to the old rules. One of the items that we're going to look at, certainly with our American Rescue Plan Act money that isn't on there yet, but I'd like to do a payment kiosk, 24-hour payment kiosk outside. That you walk up, it's like an ATM, and you can pay your taxes without having to come in the building 7 days a week, 24 hours a day. We're working through that. The cost isn't enormous. Actually, it's a lot cheaper than I thought. But most importantly, we have to make sure that that system works with Munis. That's the key to making everything go around. But things that we can do to make it convenient for our citizens and continue those things. So one of the things that we did this evening with comment on our public hearings was we still have the ability, if you want to make comment that we had online, you can still do that. Let's keep that. I mean, that's a convenience for the citizen. So let's not just throw everything away that we learned and improved upon. But I will say it's good to be back in here with everybody.
And the other thing, in DMV Select, how is that operating?
So they're back in the commissioner's office. DMV Selects across the Commonwealth are still by appointment only, so you have to make an appointment to come in, but you come in here. We relocated them during the pandemic. We had relocated the DMV Select to the old dispatch area of our police department. With June 30th, I think it was, there was a statewide DMV shutdown on, I think, either the 16th or 17th of June, and we took the opportunity at that point in time to relocate them back into the commissioner's office, which is what the commissioner had asked. We have kept our Department of Development building permit and plan submission office, if you will. We moved them back to where the old dispatch room. So contractors don't have to go up all 3 floors. They can come in on the first floor now and submit permits. But DMV Select is still operating by appointment only, and they're back down in the commissioner's office now. So that has done well, and I will say, throughout the pandemic, we were one of the few DMV Selects in this region that was open. And when the DMVs were closed, we were still open, and they were inundated. I mean, you went on to get an appointment, and you were a month or more out from being able to get an appointment. So they did a great job during this whole time also. So,
Thank you.
yes, ma'am.
Counselor Denton?
I just would like to ask, I know there for a while, Mr. Altman, we were getting vaccines up at the old People's Building. Are we doing any of the citywide vaccines now? Are we offering this at all to those that have not taken it yet?
So we're not in Crater Health District isn't pushing out the mass vaccination sites like they were at the beginning. Probably, and I don't know exactly how many months in, but once we started doing the mass vaccine sites, and we had the one at Gorman's here in the city, we began, and the state began to see those numbers dwindle the longer it went. And at a point in time, they made a decision that they weren't going to do those anymore because there wasn't real good turnout. Where they're transitioning to now is targeting pockets within the community. So where we had the state health department on the ground, they had teams that went out and knocked on doors to get people out. Now we know that FEMA will be sending teams into the area. But if anybody needs a vaccine, you should be able to still contact the health department. You should be able to go to your local health department. That's what they were transitioning to, giving shots at local health departments, plus rolling them out to your doctors, primary care physicians, and pharmacies in the area, and letting them handle the vaccination effort as opposed to the large vaccination efforts that we had before. So there will be Thursday
Yes.
a mobile clinic on Reverend Curtis W. Harris Street or Drive, I think between the hours of 11 and 1, I think, for anyone that would be interested in getting a vaccine. It's part of a community outreach effort in conjunction with the dedication of the post office to Dr. Harris, targeting anybody in the community, but particularly those in underserved individuals in Davisville and Blandcourt. And then I think there's going to be another effort that has been discussed. We're still in the stages of it in conjunction. I don't know if it's this tent revival, but there's another one that's being discussed that they're going to try to have a vaccination event in conjunction with. But like I said, we're just in the early stages of that conversation with Crater Health and with so there will be a few that are coming, but not like we were doing before at Gorman's.
And that day will be August the 7th, the community day, prior to the actual revival date.
Yes, ma'am.
So August 7th. And
Yeah, that's
that can be coordinated, yes.
And we'll have more information on that as we get closer and that gets done, and we'll make sure that the community at large knows that there's an opportunity to get a vaccine if you haven't already gotten one.
Thank you.
Yes, ma'am.
See no other hands. Ms. Best, can you restate the motion?
The motion is to end the declaration of local emergency COVID-19 effective today. Is that correct, Mr. Altman?
Yes, ma'am.
Roll call?
Counselor Gore?
Yes.
Counselor Denton?
Yes.
Counselor Pelham?
Reluctantly, yes.
Mayor Bennett?
Yes.
Counselor Randolph?
Yes.
Vice Mayor Parton?
Yes.
Mayor Bennett, you have 6-0, motion passes.
Okay. Mr. Altman, are you okay if I take R3?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, so, R3, I did some, talking to some counselors and Mr. Altman. Historically, we do not have second meetings in July and August, but we were overzealous because we were able to do it virtually, and we probably thought it was gonna last forever. And it's not, and virtually means that we can be at any place and have, you know, our meetings. So I'm asking council to, consider canceling our city council meetings, the second city council meetings in July and August. Vice Mayor Parton?
I move that we cancel the second city council meetings in July and August 2021.
Second. Motion's been made by Vice Mayor Parton, seconded by myself.
Special meeting next Tuesday.
Are there any discussions? Counselor Randolph?
Well, I laugh because you already know that I'm not gonna go for this. I think that we have plenty that we could be doing, and I've griped that we're not doing a whole lot, and I'd like to see us start doing more, but it'll be the will of the council and the majority will rule, so I'll go with whatever happens, but I'll post my vote for no.
I did also do the ask for this because we have our appointees who are taking vacation, and they're overlapping with each other, and we don't have the personnel or the resources, which they could task, you know, other other staff members. However, I don't feel that, you know, it is the summer, we are getting out of COVID, and, you know, we have to find a normal and gain our footing before we come
You
back.
trying to say Peter's not doing a good job?
And of course,
So, Counselor Pelham?
yeah, well, not often, but I will agree with Counselor Randolph for the record. Maybe that first time?
Very well be.
No, but I agree. I think, twice a month is not that much, and in between, it's probably enough time to take a vacation per counselors, but, I'm used to doing it, so I just think if you could see our agenda, it's about the CC goes to C10, and it would be good to see that we get through those items that have been on here for about a year and 16 months or whatever it's been, 16 months. So to get to the end of that, I would agree that we probably should meet at least one of those dates so that we can get rid of those CRs or whatever they are on the agenda. So I'll be voting no for this as well.
Okay. Are there any others for discussion? If not, roll call.
Counselor Gore,
No.
Counselor Denton,
Yes.
Counselor Pelham,
No.
Mayor Bennett,
Yes.
Counselor Randolph,
No.
Vice Mayor Parton.
Yes.
Well, you have 3 yes and 3 no.
Motion fails.
See you on the 27th.
See you on the 27th. Okay. All right.
And if you can't be here, it's okay.
I'm gonna hand it back over to Mr. Altman.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. The last item on the agenda this evening is not an action item. We just want to, in light of the events that occurred on July 4th here in the community at Arlington Park, just wanted to take an opportunity to let council and the community know some of the steps that we were already taking, but will put in place now and will be taking with regard to public safety in our parks for our community. So unfortunately, it would not have stopped what happened, but we had already ordered and were awaiting the arrival of cameras for Arlington Park. They have arrived. We will be installing them. The poles are here, so we're just gonna have to do the installation piece, pour the footers, and install those cameras. So we're gonna look at how we can do that in all of our parks throughout the city to ensure that if something were to happen, we would have an idea of and a record of what happened. And beyond that, our Chief Aspel has committed on behalf of the police department that we will increase our presence and patrol around and in and around the areas of our parks, so there's more of a visible show of presence, if you will, not force, but presence, that we are in the area and we are making sure that we're aware of what's occurring. And then beyond that, we have to have ultimately, as we've kind of had this discussion with council, it leads us into a larger conversation about what's happening in the community and the effects of what happened in that night in the community. So we've had a discussion in the past as part of council retreat, but there were people in that park that evening. There were children in that park that evening that will have that activity will have some effects. So we're hoping that, and I'm going to have a conversation with Dr. Hackney as school returns, that those school counselors that are there, and it's not just going to be one school, as we know that while Harry E. James is the school that's most close to that park, that isn't indicative of who was there. So all of our schools and hopefully our counselors will be on the lookout for concerns that may arrive as a result of any of those children that were there that may have witnessed what happened. And there's that conversation, discussion that we've had in the past about trauma-informed care. So that is an issue that we need to look at ultimately as to what can we do as a community to look out for those young people, and not just the young people, but those individuals that were there that evening and witnessed what happened, because it's going to have an effect on everyone, not just the young. But we have a particular concern for those youth that were there that evening, because we know that has effects ultimately on brain development and learning and all kinds of issues that come out of that ultimately can hinder them in the longer road of life. So we're going to be looking at what we can do that in that vein. Chief was already in discussion prior to the incident with Virginia State University and a professor there about providing some assistance to the police department with looking at having in the thought around declaring gun violence as a public health issue. So those conversations he's been having, and we'll be moving forward with those in the coming weeks and months. So I want council and the community to know that we don't take what happened that evening lightly. We know that there are issues and underlying issues within the community with regard to poverty, health, education, employment issues. So those are all those things that are the underlying conditions that result in the symptom that occurred that evening. We know that what happened that evening isn't our problem. There's other things that are the problem. This becomes the symptom of how it manifests itself. So we're moving forward in exploring those options. But again, I just wanted the community to know and council to know that we do not take lightly what happened that evening, and we will be moving forward to bring items forth for consideration and discussions from a community perspective on those issues.
Okay, Counselor Pelham?
Yes, I'd like to thank Mr. Altman for taking that initiative. I know everyone knows Arlington Park is in my backyard, literally in my backyard, and is one of the favorite parks in the area. So I'm glad the cameras have finally arrived. I think we ordered them before this incident,
Yes, ma'am.
a couple of months, 6 months ago or so, but that is a start, but every park does need them. And as I've always said to the citizen base, if your child needs some help and they were out there, please take the initiative to get them at least assessed by some mental health person, or Victor Witness can be one of your go-to offices to get that assessment done. And if you don't have insurance, then she has a way to refer you to get those assessments done, because that is traumatic. And when kids keep that bottled up in them for 12 years, you never know which way they're gonna go. So it was a horrible event and a sad event, and It's just a matter of us trying to get young people to communicate instead of just picking up a weapon to do things that you can't take back. You can't take back the shot. Communication is the key, and knowing what's right from wrong. And when you see something, you gotta say something or you gotta do something. I also like to thank publicly Sheriff Kephart and his staff, who are always willing to step in and help the local chief of police in incidents that they have that overwhelm them. So that's a plus to our city, that everybody works together, all the safety entities within the city. And the park has not been busy since the incident, and that saddens me a lot because people normally go out and enjoy their Sundays or Saturdays. And they've been cleaning up behind each other, so when they do it, the neighbors appreciate that as well. So let's get the kids back in the park and so they can enjoy the rest, the 2 weeks they have left in the summer anyway. But on the weekend, they can go, so just pray, and hopefully, again, I'll do a shout out for the Community Day on August the 7th. We're gonna have vendors for people to get help, mental health help, different organizations that have those, offers that assistance on the 7th as well. A fun day, community information day, and then again, the revival starts on August the 9th. We need reviving, we need prayer. Thank you.
Counselor Randolph?
Thank you. It's a banner night, because I'm gonna agree with Ms. Pelham. It's 100%. You see something, you say something. We've got to have that. The police cannot do it by themselves. This community deserves better. The shots cannot be taken back. And as a community, we've got a lot of things to work on. I'd like to see more traffic stops and things to prevent the illegal guns from being here and coming into this community. And I think that we, as a council, have discussed many times all the things that we need to be looking at to help this community to move away from the violence. But I cannot stress any stronger that we have to say and talk to the police about whatever we see, whatever we know. I know there's a great issue about being a snitch, but do we all want to live in this fear? The fireworks were a prime example. Not only did we have fireworks going off on July 4th, but throughout the week after that, and people were concerned whether it was gunfire or fireworks. What does that say about our community? That during the holidays we cannot distinguish between gunfire and fireworks because we have so much gunfire. That's a sad state of affairs, and I know that none of us want that happening in this community. We all care, and we've got to do something about it. So I hope that this council can work this year, the remainder of this year and next, to make crime a priority, and that we can do something to help the police department get back into full staffing, and that we take it seriously with trying to work together in all our neighborhoods, and one neighborhood helping another any way we can. We've got National Night coming up in August, National Night Out. I think that's a good time for us to all start and make our presence and our camaraderie as Hopewell citizens to let everybody know that we don't welcome this crime and that we don't want it. Thanks.
Thank you, Counselor Ward.
Yeah, so I'll just echo the same comments. The one thing I'll definitely say is, I said it during this budget cycle when I didn't support the budget, that I felt like we should be investing more in our communities. And a part of that is adopting a strategic plan that addresses specific goals. Public safety is included in that plan. So we need to do more to adopt some tangible goals and have some directives, and some clear expectations if they're not met, so that we're not just talking about what we want to do, and we're also making steps to get it done. The other thing I'll definitely say in support of this is, I'm so excited to hear that we're looking at public health. Mr. Altman, council knows I've been an advocate of declaring a public health crisis for a long time. I checked my email. This month last year, this was on the agenda to look at declaring a public health crisis for gun violence. And so I'm excited that we're taking some great steps towards this, and I look forward to see what comes out of that. And I definitely encourage, if we can build on the momentum of our police department with their cookouts that they're doing. They have some more coming up. They've been great. Make sure you encourage people to attend, get to know the public safety officials that we have, get to know the police chief, get to know the police officers, and just try to be more involved in what's going on in the city and pay attention to what you would like for us to do and what's coming out of that. That's it.
Thank you. I don't see any other hands. So, and there's no action on this item this evening. Moving on to CR1.
Madam Mayor,
Yes.
before we move on to CR1,
Yes.
can I introduce our new public information officer?
I was wondering who she was.
Me too.
You
The
were a
little
citizen.
stranger. I was like, this is really happening.
This is Miss Wakimi
Okiowo.
Okay, well.
Okay,
Okay, well.
I'm gonna get it right. I work
You got
with
it right.
Kimmy in Petersburg. She is top notch. I'm extremely excited that we have her here with us and joining our staff. So I'll just let her introduce herself and give you a little bit about her background. Thank you for that.
Sure,
Well-
my name is Kimmy. Everyone calls me Kimmy. My parents don't even call me by my full name, so don't feel bad at all about calling me Kimmy. As Mr. Altman just said, I did work with him in Petersburg, and I've also worked with a few local governments in Texas. I actually started in local government in my teenage years, working with Parks and Recreation for about 5 years, and my mother has spent over 30 years working in the local municipality in Florida where they live. So I've been around local government for a long time. I studied public relations at Florida A&M University. I have worked on the corporate side of public relations as well. I've been taking a lot of good notes back there about different things that we can talk about and really push out to the Hopewell community. And I'm excited to be here and work with you all on different goals and things that we want to meet as far as communications and getting information out there to our community members.
And welcome aboard.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you all so much.
Thank you, Kimmy.
She's gonna reinvent our social media presence.
Can't
Number
wait.
one.
We're so excited to have you here, Kemi. Ms. Pella?
What? Oh, me? Oh, okay, see, Lord, these things been so old. This
What did
is,
you say?
It's on the screen, Ms. Pelham.
oh, I know, I'm just saying, I can see you. But anyway, I just wanted to make it a formal creation for the City Council Finance Committee. That was something I think, our new attorney told us it should be done by ordinance. So what I would like the council to do is that if we need to, I guess, make a motion so we can get this, the, wheel spinning so that she can, create that ordinance and we can vote on it. And the finance committee can continue operating in a more official capacity, henceforth forevermore.
You gonna make a motion?
And with that, I'll make the motion that we create an ordinance to establish the City of Hopewell City Council Finance Committee.
Second. Okay. And would you accept a friendly amendment to
Task.
direct the city attorney to come up with the draft to bring back to us?
Yes, yeah. You can place that in a motion as well.
Okay.
Bring it back when she,
Motion has been made to create a formal finance committee by tasking the city attorney to create an ordinance.
resolution or an ordinance?
It's an
Whichever one
ordinance.
is approved.
It's an ordinance.
Ordinance?
Yeah.
Okay.
I think it is.
Motion's been made by Counselor Pelham, seconded by Counselor Gore. Any discussion? Counselor Denton?
Yeah, it's been so long. I'm sorry. But on what, I mean, where did this, the city attorney, because I know in the past, we've always, as part of our council, have appointed the council committees. Do we have why she did this, or?
I think
I can get
based,
the background.
oh, you get, well, what my thing is that I know that when she was in other areas, and she worked in municipal government for a long time, she said ordinances is what normally substantiate finance committees. That you actually need an ordinance, and so that's her legal advice. I just think we should make it happen.
I mean,
If you
the
wanna
other
add to
thing-
it as well.
Yeah, the other thing I can chime in is, you know, the last 2 years, we didn't really meet as a finance committee. We met like probably 3 or 4 times. And that was because there wasn't an official finance committee, and we didn't have any authority to do anything. We didn't have guidance from council as to what our role was. And when there was attempts to get that, we were so divided that we could never get a resolution to this issue. So I think for moving forward for future councils, if it's very clear what the finance committee does, what authority they have, and the expectation, that would limit there to be disagreements, hopefully. But then also it would give the members of the finance committee the tools they need to be able to do the work. Because it was hard to get information. And, I mean, there's other difficulties. So I'm just saying I support this to help provide more organization and structure, but then also clarity across the board. We have members on a finance committee now, so we need to do this so that way they can have the resources they need as well.
Does that answer your question, Counselor Denton? Does that answer your question?
Yeah, I just, I guess, how many other committees of the council that you want to make resolutions?
The original request last year was the Ethics Council and the Finance Committee, because neither one of those, when there was a scrub, had no ordinances officially establishing them. And if you recall, there was some complaints that were supposed to go to the Ethics Committee, but they couldn't meet because there wasn't an official ethics. And you know, there's documentation there to back that up. And so the request was to make both of those formal and have clear guidance, so that way they can meet and do what they're supposed to do.
Do we have,
That's the only 2 that I know of.
Mr. Altman,
Yes,
do
ma'am.
we have anything in ours or Mr. Elady's in our charter that covers this? That states that we need to have this done formally?
I don't know.
Well, can I suggest something? If we can leave this item on the agenda to the regular attorney comes back, and since she's familiar with it, unless
I
you
can
want.
answer that one.
Okay.
I can answer that. We don't have the, we have ordinances, we have a creation of different, boards and commissions that we are on. It is the responsibility of council that we start, framing what we're doing, with the rules and what the priority is in our appointed commissions or boards. So she did send us an email on that. I'm pretty sure, you know, I'm okay with having a finance committee. The only thing about the finance committee
You're on
is
the finance committee.
an ordinance, an established, you know, ordinance in the books.
Right, just, when you learn something, you do it, so.
Well, and that's what I'm starting to find a lot of we're not streamlined, we don't have anything in writing, right? and we're going off the seat of our pants, flying out the seat of our pants in some areas. I see that with different, I'm not gonna call out certain ones, but I've been seeing that more recently now, since I've been in this position. So I'm gonna have to say, yes, I agree with having an ordinance done, but it's not gonna be an ordinance that the city attorney just draws up and says, hey, this is for you. It's gonna come back to council, we're gonna talk about it, have a discussion, and go from there. Counselor Randolph?
Well, and I'm the other person on the finance committee, and so, what I was hearing, was that we not only wanted a resolution or an ordinance from the attorney, but we want a definition about what the finance committee would do. So my suggestion is not only do we task the city attorney with drawing up something, but we task the council, the body, to come up with their thoughts before we get to the next meeting, or if we can add it to the next meeting. Because it's a two-part, not a one-part. We can't do one without the other, and quite frankly, what's the point of getting an ordinance if we can't agree on what the tasks are? Which could happen with this council, but hopefully we'll come up with a majority of what everybody thinks they should be doing, how often they report back to, and formalize it and get it done and over with. At this point, sad to say, I guess we've always been wrong, but I don't see it as wrong. I just see it as a difference in attorneys' opinions. I'm willing to go and put it in writing and have it more formalized, so that's fine with me.
Okay. All right, I don't see any other hands. Roll call, please.
Counselor Gore,
Yes.
Counselor Bennett,
Yes.
Mayor Bennett, I'm sorry. Counselor Denton,
Yes.
Counselor Pelham,
Yes.
Counselor Randolph,
Yes.
Vice Mayor Parton.
Yes.
Mayor Bennett, you have 6-0, the motion passes.
Thank you. Next is CR2. Vice Mayor Parton?
This request is to have the city manager and his staff research the issue and the idea of taking our stormwater program that's currently housed under Public Works and really trying to look at it more broadly and trying to expand it more into a environmental engineering department. And what that's to do is to hopefully, clear up, who's reporting to who, trying to get information, to Mr. Altman without, a potential roadblock, and also to, really and truly start tackling more issues in terms of not just water quality that the stormwater department focuses on, but also for air quality, and also really trying to ramp up our efforts to address drainage issues and neighborhood flooding. So, I guess, the recommendation of the motion is to move to have the city manager and his staff research the idea of expanding the stormwater management program in Hopewell into an independent environmental engineering department, and to bring back a recommendation in November.
Counselor Randolph?
Thank you. I'd like to ask the city manager if this is an issue that you all may have already looked at, or if not, I don't have any problems with us actually asking you to get back to us, but wanted to kind of get your thoughts on moving it to an independent environmental engineering department, and whether that was something that we needed to do, and maybe get Mr. Parton to explain a little bit more what he means by that. Whichever one of y'all wants to go first, I'm good with.
Rock, paper, scissors?
Can I catch the question again, please?
It's right.
What was the question again?
the question for me was, based on the motion that Mr. Parton put forward, I'd like Mr. Parton to explain a little bit more about what he's talking about for an independent environmental engineering department, and then Mr. Altman to tell us whether or not this had been looked at, or whether his initial thoughts on the separation of an independent department as well, before we get to vote yes or no.
So looking at, from the initial discussion portion, we haven't had a great deal of internal discussion about creating a separate department at this point. Wasn't here for, and I don't know when stormwater was brought up, if that was a part of that discussion at that point in time, or if it was always gonna be nested under Public Works. So there's, kind of a couple of dynamics. Some of what stormwater does is an operational thing with some traditional things that Public Works had done in the past. We had a ditching crew at one point in time that would go out and clean ditches and drop inlets, so that, kind of fits in with that, what their operational piece does. And then with currently, the city engineer and his staff is underneath Public Works. At one point in time, engineering was in development. So, you could see if you were looking at creating an environmental engineering department, maybe it's engineering and stormwater that are together and function, and Public Works, which was at one point in time more operational, it becomes operational. There's a lot of things here, so we would have to look at it and look at what other departments do with regard to how they handle it, and really what would work best for our organization and given our size and what we do. So, we're happy to explore it and bring a recommendation back to council, so.
Yeah, and I mean, it's open-ended, just like every other, request. I mean, if you think of something that's even better than, what I'm, asking for, I'm always open for suggestions and ideas. I just know that, we had a pretty big issue, with our, current, well, I guess he's former stormwater program manager, that he reported to the director of public works, and there was always, issues arising of who had the authority to do what. If you are taking on a big engineering project like Moultrie Avenue, are you getting things, totally run through by the stormwater engineer, or are you just doing it as an afterthought? And maybe that's, one thing that needs to happen more is, just more cross-talking. But, I mean, I just see this as, just an issue, especially with, Moultrie Avenue. There wasn't a whole lot of discussion that you're going to fix, a third of a neighborhood's problem, but the drainage is going to end up affecting, 2 other areas. And those areas currently, are not on the books to be designed, right now. And so once we finish one area, now we're gonna have 2 more problem areas, and as opposed to, tackling everything all at one time. And so that's why, trying to look at something maybe like this, or like your idea, maybe housing the stormwater program and engineering together. That might even be a better idea.
We'll look at it all.
Yeah.
Can I ask you 2 follow-ups? Because my understanding is, and I probably shouldn't say this, but I'm going to, is that the 2 individuals that you're talking about did not particularly care for each other. So was it a staffing issue at that point in time versus a real need to separate the 2? And secondly, because of the size of our city, are we, my concern is, starting to independently set up all these pockets with more people to report and to the city manager. I'm just concerned. I understand. I kind of like the idea of them coming back to us. I'm just trying to, I don't know this topic as well as you do, so I'm trying to just understand it better.
Well, I think that there were some personality
Yeah.
conflicts, but I think it was more professionally
Okay.
driven, and how do you go about approaching a problem?
Okay. Okay. Well, and maybe that's something we can look at with more input from the city manager and the staff. Just trying to understand better. Thank you both. I'm done, Mayor.
Counselor Gore?
Thank you. So I have a couple questions as well. The first I would say is, piggybacking off what Counselor Randolph said, I actually would like to know a little bit more about the issues. That doesn't need to be said in this public session, but it would be helpful to be brought up to speed about the issues that we're trying to resolve in terms of staffing or personality or whatever it is. Secondly, I'd like to get clarity, when you say the word independent, that has weight to it. So what does independent mean? Is it independent from Public Works, or is it independent? What is-
Independent from Public Works. So, I mean, they
Okay.
would still report under the city manager.
Okay. So separated from the Public Works area?
Correct.
Mm-hmm, okay. And part of the consideration with that, if you're talking about engineering and stormwater, there again, you might have the same problem because you have an engineer, then you have a head of stormwater. So if you're trying to get away from a conflict of someone saying who's the boss, you're gonna be right back in another situation of who's the boss, because there are two leads who have their own staff. So I think, you don't wanna create another problem, try to solve a problem that we're really not all on the same page about the problem. The other thing I would say is, we switch this out in terms of staffing, would there be an expectation of adding more staff? Because, which I'm not opposed to, because I thought I heard in the comments about looking at air, water, and some other environmental stuff. So that expectation, I would think that you would need more staff to specifically address those concerns.
Well, yeah, I mean, you would have to. I mean, I've said it multiple times. I mean, you don't have enough people currently in Public Works right now, whether it's your traditional operations in Public Works or whether it's your stormwater crew, to actually go out and adequately address maintenance issues and also flooding issues. And so, I mean, that's something that I would like included in with the research.
Yeah, I mean, we all know that staffing is short, depending on whatever department you're talking about. So that's why I asked that question, because you're adding on, if I heard you correctly, other duties on top of being short-staffed, which I'm not against, but I want clarity on. And then also, the one thing I do really like about this idea, which I has reservations about other aspects of it, is we really need to probably have someone dedicated, that's why I asked about the staff, to environmental justice, because that is a new thing. It's not a new thing, but it's a new buzzword that's out there. With the VCEA being passed in Virginia and the goal to reduce carbon, and then there being legislation to have all infrastructure projects potentially have a rating of environmental justice components to it per locality under the DEQ, that's gonna be some additional responsibilities to someone. So when you start opening up the door of talking about air, water, and stuff like that, those things fall right underneath it. And there's, like I said, there's expectations already out that that's where this is going, if not already passed. So I think when you're having that research, Mr. Altman, please include the aspect of someone needing to be responsible to accommodate the new guidelines from the VCEA pertaining to environmental justice.
I still need a second.
Oh. Second. I thought it was seconded.
Can you restate the motion?
Congratulations.
Sure.
No, it wasn't.
Well, it's technically died, so do it again, so it's proper.
I move that we have the city manager and his staff research the idea of the feasibility of reorganizing and expanding the stormwater management program in Hopewell into an independent environmental engineering department, and to bring additional recommendations.
I'll second that. Can you take a friendly amendment to say separate instead of independent?
Yeah.
Thank you.
Okay, motion's been made by Vice Mayor Parton, seconded by Counselor Gore. I don't see any more lights. Roll call.
Oh, never mind.
Counselor Gore,
Yes.
Counselor Denton,
No,
Counselor Pelham,
Yes.
Mayor Bennett,
Yes.
Counselor Randolph,
Yes.
Vice Mayor Parton.
Yes.
Mayor Bennett, you have 5 yes, 1 no, motion passes.
Okay. moving on to CR 3. Counselor Pelham?
Okay, this request was regarding to the audits that I had requested sometime, and had conceded from a forensic audit to learning about something called a compliance audit. This was, the deadline for this was way back in September, I think, of 2020. And I really, I don't know where we are with the audits, the regular CAFR, basically. So I really don't know how to recommend anything, because audit may not be necessary, but we gotta get something done with the CAFRs to get us up to speed and up to date. So maybe, Mr. Altman, you can help me
So it's
make a sound decision about this.
it's been a while. This one's been on there for a while.
Just for clarification, this was the date that we had agreed that the audit was supposed to be delivered to us, was 9/11 and 20.
This was the date
Right.
that everybody was supposed to have their information to the auditor
Oh, for
on the
staff.
questions,
time.
on those items that were outstanding at that time. Yeah,
So what happened?
That was for schools and treasurer.
yes.
Schools, treasurer, and city, yeah.
And
So,
20.
yeah.
So what,
So where we are with the 18 is, it is the 18 audit, so, I'll say, make the public statement, we don't use that other acronym anymore.
that's
There was
right.
guidance sent out by GFOA.
right,
So we will call it the annual financial report, the audit, but we won't call it that other acronym.
okay,
The audit, the 18 audit is in what we used to call partner review, so it's in their QA/QC piece, and the audit letter is being prepared, so it's like at the finish line. They're also
how many
preparing.
times we hear
We were
that?
told that.
Well, in this instance, because it's gone to peer review in the audit, we know that it's there. Before, we were working through, and the different agencies were working through correcting issues and making adjustments and answering questions. That's done, the financial statements are there, that's done. It's just now the peer review that has to go through, which we would typically call the second partner or senior partner review. We're at that point, so we're at the finish line with that.
Maybe by September the 11th, we have
I'm hoping,
this year.
well, I want them done
Yesterday.
sooner rather than later. Where we are, so the 17 single audit has an issue that needs to be addressed by schools. Once that's addressed, then we will immediately move into doing the 18 single audit.
When are we gonna know what that issue is?
Same
So
thing.
the issue revolves around the nutrition program, which is federally funded. We had some requests for a document. Well, as you know, with auditors, they go out and they do sampling and they test. So they say, I need this file for this month of the year and this file for this month of the year, and then you produce it. They review it, they test it, and that's how we go through the audit. In this instance, there was a request for documentation, and given the amount of time from where we are today and when the year ended, those documents had been destroyed. So schools is having to go through the process of getting that data to be able to answer those questions. They have retrieved some of that data from the state where they have to report it to on free and reduced lunch, you know.
That's for the CFAs, not the CAFR.
Correct.
Single audit.
Single audit, but that's all part of the audit, you know, so we have the single audit, we have our regular audit, we have the single
I
audit,
know.
and then you have your APA compliance letter, and all of those things together comprise your completed audit. So we've completed for 17 our audit. the APA piece, but the single audit, the federal single audit isn't complete yet.
Oh, for
They're working-
17.
Correct.
Oh, my goodness.
This is what we're working on. Once they complete that, once this issue with schools is resolved, they will jump directly into getting 18 done. So then the 18 audit will, it's in partner review, so it's there. The 18 audit will get done, the APA compliance letter will be done, and then 18 completely will be done. And when that happens, we will present 17 and 18 to council. 17 was done, the single audit wasn't done. So 17 was done. So we'll present the 18 audit and the single audit for 17 to council and have a proposal on how we're gonna complete. My request is to complete 19, 20, and 21 during this fiscal year.
Yeah,
Yeah, I know,
just
because
a
you know
little,
what-
because I thought that 2018, they're in partner review. Is that for the single audit and the annual audit?
No, you have to have the
Annual audit first.
Well, you have to have the annual audit,
Right.
plus you have to complete your 17
Right.
first. So 18, when they complete the 17 single audit, they will move directly into getting the 18 single audit.
But they've done audits without the single audit for years, because initially we were behind
So-
2015 and 18.
Right.
So
So
they can
we-
do those audits without the single audit,
And they are.
so let's.
Right,
do
and they
it.
are, because our 18 audit is being completed, but you have to get the 18 audit complete before you can do the single audit. So that becomes
Right,
the next
yes,
step.
I understand that.
Yeah, but we wanna have the audit, all the audit for 18 completed, and then move into being able to do 19. I'd like to have 19 completed by December, 20 and 21 done by June, so when we end the fiscal year for 22, we're going into a regular audit cycle.
So did 18, 19, you wanna finish when?
18, we're working on now.
I know, when is 18, 19?
So
19.
Fiscal year
Fiscal
19
year,
is
yeah, it'd be
school year
fiscal-
18 to 19. So
Right.
fiscal year 19, when do you want that finished?
I want that done in December.
And
And then I wanna do 20 and
fiscal year
21
20.
concurrently. So we'll be bringing a proposal to council for the resources to make that happen.
Are we going, and what's the name of the company still doing it, Cox and Farmer or something?
RFC, Robinson, Farmer and Cox and Associates,
Who, okay,
RFC.
so they're gonna continue to do it.
That's what we'd like to have them continue to work on it, so there's no break in having to re-educate
Right.
an
So
auditor
can we,
on
I'll
what
bring
was
up to the
done.
council again, I really do think we should consider hiring a full-time financial officer. And even if Mr. Cherry can get the audits done, but we need a financial director that oversees all the finance, especially CSA, stuff. Cause he's on that, he's supposed to be on CSA, but I guess he delegated that to Depot, right?
Yes, ma'am.
Yeah, but
Well,
anyway,
and part of the time, he was out with COVID, so he.
right, I understand, but that's what I'm saying, again, that didn't help us, I'm glad he's healthy, but is he back
Yes,
full-time? I mean, full-time is whatever his contract says.
yeah, he's
full-time.
back, he's here, and when he's not physically here, he's teleworking from home.
Yeah, I just think we need another director, personally, to oversee all of it, cause it's interesting, to push him along as well. And that's all I had for that, it's not a voting thing or whatever, but keep us abreast, I mean, every month, at least one meeting, so we'll know.
Yeah.
If you will. Thank you.
All right.
And the next item, I think the Shallow Lodge Museum discussion was, now that, is that the Preservation Committee, are y'all looking into that? So that
Looking into
that
it?
wasn't activated when I had this request on
Yeah, I
our
know.
booth. So now that it
We've been
is,
having meetings and reporting our
Yeah.
minutes and everything, so.
yeah, I'm saying, but when I put this request in, it
Right.
wasn't an activated committee, so good luck with that, and hopefully y'all can do something good with that entity. and then,
Well,
CR5.
can I just say one thing about that?
yes, ma'am.
I think we got I think they reported last time that we got the grant that they'd applied for through the John Randolph Foundation.
Oh, yeah, I think I read that in a minute.
Right,
Yeah.
so, we're gonna be using that to do the initial studies on the Shiloh Lodge and see what they can come up with, so, that has
Is the
already.
Outlook still a museum of some type? do you-
Well,
do
we've
you have
talked
an
about it
idea?
being a museum, but museums are money suckers. I mean, to put it bluntly, all they do is pull money.
Okay.
And so, what we're looking at is other alternatives to add on to a museum. And that would, like a tea room or some kind of a luncheon, because it originally had an addition that did serve.
Like the, Western Manor type,
Yeah, sort of, but we're not quite sure. We haven't gotten far enough into it. But historically, it was a place that they actually served food more so in the basement. But there was an addition, and so historically, we want to preserve it as it is. But we've also got to look at ways for the city not to have to fund it constantly and for it to be able to fund itself. So we're looking at that as well.
and it can, well, it seems like it can be, could it be something compared to Western Manor? So, I mean, how they get their funding through the state as well? Since
Yeah.
that is something that does also pull money, but they have resources, maybe we can learn from them.
Yeah, we've
How
got
they-
some good people on the committee that are really into the historical nature, and we're all working together to try and, the signage has been designed for it, and I'm paying for that out of my pocket,
Thank you, Ms.
as I told you I would. And
You're so kind.
yeah, well, that's what I told them I'd do.
Thank you.
But it is a sign that actually Aaron Reed Miller, who's on the committee, designed. He and our previous city attorney, Mr. Fred Acangelo, and I were on the sign committee. And so we've come up with something, and it'll be shortly going up in front of the house to
And
give a historic
If y'all
marker.
could as well, the Shallow members, there's some still living in fact, my dad, Ray Edmonds is still living. He's 91,
Yeah,
so he has a lot of life in that building.
yeah.
So if you want to, use that as an asset to talk to him about some of the original, whatever they did in the building or what, it would probably be a key.
Yeah,
research.
there's, Avon gave us,
Okay, he's a younger
some
member.
contacts
Oh, he
that
did.
had, yeah, a couple of gentlemen that lived in Petersburg. We've, initially talked to them as well, and, there's several members that are willing to work with us to get a written history. And they have been in that building since, I think it was 1871. That building has been one of the longest standing black
Yes.
lodges in the country. So we want to preserve that history as well.
Well, before we leave, I'll give you his number if you
Okay.
will consider. I mean,
Sure.
he's right here in Hopewell, and I know he
Either
knows it.
Tavia or Chris or myself,
Okay.
we'll take that information and we'll take it to the next meeting, so thank you.
When is there gonna be a plan about options for start moving forward with the museum? Where are you all at in that timeline?
Well,
I mean, not trying to be funny, like, is it
No, as I
next
just
year,
said,
or-
the money for the grant monies has to do archaeological digs and research around the grounds. There's some shoring up to do because there was a backside cave-in on the foundation. They've done that, and then the entire board will make a decision on how we're gonna move the funds forward. And so we've got some people that are helping us pro bono historically, and then some others that we'll have to pay. So
No,
it's
what
a
I mean,
slow
like
process.
A plan for, a draft plan to give the council about the museum in particular.
Well, we won't start the museum plan until we have a way to pay for it. That discussion's already been had, that museums, you missed what I said, museums are suckers. They just suck the money and the life out of the building. And the suggestion from a lot of the historical people that we've been working with is that we need some way to pay for that. So looking at potentials for like, you know,
question.
serving lunches or something, some kind of way. And once we come up with that potential, then we can look at more going into the museum.
Okay, cool, thank you.
Yep.
Okay, let me. COVID-19 expenditures, I think, I don't know, did we ever get anything? I can't
I
remember.
think we left off asking for an itemized, because it was still compartments, like,
Right.
we asked for an itemized list of what we approved and the expenditures, that's what this was.
Yeah, so we're working through getting that list and.
For the
find-
CARES.
For the CARES money, not for the, not for the upcoming ARPA money. So we're working through, doing our work on finalizing where we are and how much money we have left over or remaining if we have any, in order to spend those by the end of this December. So we should be able to have that report, to council at your August meeting.
But is it gonna, it's gonna be literally itemized, like break down what
This is what we did. Yeah.
Okay, and what y'all approved, what we did.
Well, yeah, I mean, what we put out there, what we brought to y'all is what we did, but we'll have that, this is what this was, so, but yeah, we'll have that,
Yeah, because there are some items we explicitly voted on, that's why I'm asking that question.
yes.
Okay, and with that, we're not close to our deadline, Madam Mayor. I don't know, we want to just start another one or not,
Oh,
but
is there a motion to extend?
I move that we extend the meeting to finish C10.
To do
I got-
what?
a
Motion's
friendly
good.
amendment, as long as it doesn't go
CR10.
past 10.
What was that?
The 10 o'clock?
10
No,
o'clock?
it's
No.
through C10.
Through C10.
Up to 10.
I got CR10.
I
She
know,
said
up to
10
10 PM.
Okay, to 10
Extend-
PM. I'll take what I can get.
Second. Roll call?
Counselor Gore,
Yes.
Counselor Denton. Counselor Denton. Oh, you're thinking, sorry.
You're looking at
Sorry.
me. I'm gonna say no.
Counselor Pelham.
Yes.
Mayor Bennett.
Yes.
Counselor Randolph.
No. Tired.
Vice Mayor Parton.
Yes.
Mayor Bennett, you have 4 yes,
Okay,
2 no,
thank
the
you.
motion passes.
Okay.
And
Counselor Pelham, you still have the floor?
Okay.
what, isn't Gore next?
I think I'm
Yeah,
finished.
Counselor Gore should be next, right?
I'm on, yeah, Council Gore's next.
Yeah, Counselor Gore.
Yeah, I was looking in the packet, the policy isn't included. So can we, put that in the record?
Yes.
Because it was submitted as part of the packet, when it was first submitted, we know this is old stuff, so. if we
Yeah,
need
I
help-
did look for that.
So what I asked for was, council to support the city attorney developing a draft fraud, waste, and abuse policy, for us to have on file and to implement, and she's supposed to work with the city manager with that.
Second.
For my understanding, that draft was developed, it was given to city manager, and it was for us to review, to take action on. Since it's not in our packet, I'll ask Mr. Altman, can you send it out again via email to everyone? And put it on the next agenda for action, please,
An R item.
as an R item.
We can put it down as unfinished business.
Yeah.
That way
Yeah.
it's
Unfinished
at the
business.
beginning of the agenda.
That's right. That's good too.
All right, second. Motion's been made by Counselor Gore, seconded by myself. I don't see any hands. Roll call?
Counselor Gore,
Yes?
Counselor Denton,
No.
So what are we,
Counselor
To
Pelham.
put it as unfinished business.
for the next one? Okay,
Yes.
I just wanted to clarify what we're voting on.
Mayor Bennett,
Yes.
Counselor Randolph,
Yes.
Vice Mayor Parton.
Yes.
Mayor Bennett, you have 5 yes, 1 no, motion passes.
Okay, next one is myself, and it is a request for council. I do have a CAF.
I'll pull it up.
Yes.
I'm getting there. It's,
It's CR7.
CR7, okay.
Alright. I would like to discuss and ask council to take action. I'm requesting action from council to authorize the city manager, along with personnel of his choosing, to initiate, plan a council retreat and provide options to council. The timing will be determined by the government body during discussion, and the background is historically the purpose of a council retreat is to exercise an in-depth work session discussion of items and topics occurring over an extended period at a location away from City Hall. Former Mayor Gore initiated and completed the city's strategic plan at the 2019 council retreat, and I have asked her to send that back out to everyone. At the 2019 council retreat, unfortunately, COVID-19 limitations along with the state's emergency regulations took precedence over the strategic plan adoption. Moving forward, COVID-19 has transformed our city's dynamics, and there is a need for council, city manager, and staff to revisit, discuss, and possibly update sections of the strategic plan. Councilor Randolph.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I'm in favor of this. However, I would like to put in my 2 cents worth, as always, and that is that I would like to see us hone down our priorities and maybe list the top 3. We seem to do a lot of listing and talking about stuff, but we don't seem to implement well. And I would like for council as a body to maybe pull what our top 3 are right now, and maybe push out the plans or the issues and resolutions that we have for those top 3 so that we could potentially get something accomplished. I know that some of these topics have a zillion working pieces of them. I know that safety and crime is a big one for probably all of us, as we spoke of earlier this evening. And there's a lot of working parts to that, but we've got to get something accomplished rather than just talking about it. And maybe if we can hone it down to 3 or limit our topics, we might be able to actually get some stuff moving and formulated and initiated. That's my only ask of this. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you, Councilor Randolph. My suggestion for the retreat is to hone down on what we actually need. There is a strategic plan that we already have, Councilor Gore. And then, with that being said, there's dynamics have changed throughout the city. Not only that, we need a place where council can have a longer discussion, and we can't just, it's easier it seems that if we're by ourselves, I can send you my top 3, but when we're away, we have a longer discussion. We can decide, what is the roadmap for the city, even if it's the top 3.
Right.
We need to know what the roadmap is going to look like, and we need to start pinging on that. And that's what I feel. Councilor Pelham.
Yeah, and maybe each of us can give our top 3 references, priorities to the city manager. And out of that, whatever the majority, they were cross-sector, and he could develop a list for us in that manner, I would suggest.
Okay, so I would ask if you would look at the strategic plan and pick out your top 3 and see where it needs to be. Use the strategic plan that's already here in place. Look at your top 3 that you have. You can make your notes on it and then submit it to the city manager. That's my only suggestion. That way we're not pulling from different areas. The strategic plan breaks down different sections of our city. And Councilor Gore.
Yeah, I want to thank Chair for bringing this up, of course. So I'm trying to find the thing to send to you all again via email, but she's right. And just as a reminder, when you look at it, we had the town halls from people. City manager and his staff worked very hard on that. So we had that feedback from the public. we had 3 strategic planning sessions with council, and then the plan was developed with everyone's feedback here. So, all you have to do is just look at the topics. I'm gonna give you the version that Mr. Altman has, because that was a staff one where you guys even made some tweaks and suggestions to it. So I'll give you guys that latest version. That was, I think it was in the packet of February of 2020. So,
You're gonna send that out? Is that what you're saying?
yeah,
Okay.
When you next?
Chair's asked me to do it. I guess gotta find it in my email.
I'm getting
Okay.
tired.
That's it. I'm giving you the one with his edits, not mine.
That's fine, thanks.
Okay, so my ask or my request is, you know, from city council to,
Need a motion?
yes, please.
I move that city council give the city manager top 3 strategic plan goals from the existing draft strategic plan, and for council to approve
That's not what I
Develop-
want.
Bye.
setting a date, by what day? What day you want to do?
I'm gonna pivot to the city manager and see when it would be a good time for you guys, for you and your staff members to come back and give us a date when we can, you know, look, the dates that we can look at for a retreat.
But I thought you wanted us to give us the goals first, and then also to plan a retreat. I thought there was 2 acts.
Yeah, you can still send
So
your
you-
goals while they're planning the
Were you,
retreat. We can do
were you
them.
talking about a deadline to get the goals?
Right.
Right, get the deadline for council to get the goals to us.
Mhm.
And then, we'll bring that back to council, so, y'all figure out when y'all wanna get it to me, and then we can figure out.
Well, you're gone next week, so that didn't do us any good.
Yeah, well, kind of.
That's what I'm asking.
You think
What-
August?
What date, time, do you want us to give it to you?
I mean, if it, so,
End of the month?
yeah, if we can get something by the end of the month, y'all can do that by the end of the month. Then we can work on getting that list and, prioritizing or coming up with the top ranked, you know, how many came up the most on each one of your lists. We'll do that in a ranking order. And then the question would be, when we talk about scheduling a retreat or in advance, do you want it in town, out of town, you know,
Weekend.
a Friday, Friday into a Saturday, during the week, all on the weekend? I mean, those are all things that will come into play.
Not during the week.
Not during the week. So, the last one we did was a Saturday and a
Friday
It was
evening,
Friday
Friday
One day was
evening.
Friday afternoon through Sunday, and the next day was like, Saturday and Sunday, mid-Sunday, and we left.
right. Because I know what the Saturday we did at, the first session, we had the Saturday at,
Lunch, yeah.
and, the,
Social services.
no,
work.
that was at, no,
Fort Lee.
The
this was at
Fort
Fort Lee.
Allen.
We had a Saturday and Sunday at Fort Lee, and then we came back and did the second session. So we'll play around with some alternatives, but if you wanna,
Outside of the.
outside of the
yes,
city, how
mhm.
far, you know, so we'll bring something back to you guys, not too far outside the city, and look at options, cause then we'll be looking at availability. If we don't do it during the week, I mean, a great place to go is the Rice Center, but that has to be during the week.
But we also said that, remember, there was this debate at the time, people didn't want for us to pay to stay overnight, so we had to go
Yeah.
somewhere far enough that we can drive back, and I think
Mhm.
you said Williamsburg, 45 minutes was the furthest council was willing
Yeah.
to drive.
That's not
I
my,
do it every day.
I mean, that's what council's position was when we did this
Yeah.
last time, so you gotta
Yeah.
get clarity on
We'll
that.
try to make sure we keep it close by. I mean,
I would
outside the
like to look
city.
at options to overnight. I
Okay.
would like to see an option to overnight, if that's okay with council as well. It's just,
That presents problems for me.
For the
Being a
babies.
single- Yeah,
well, my girls can come over.
okay, the last day of the month is Friday, the July 30th. The 31st is a Saturday, so if we wanna label that day, that's that day. The rest of it,
So I make a motion for city council to provide the city manager with at least 3 top priorities for the existing draft strategic plan, no later than close of business on July 30th. And for the city manager to prepare options to to give to council in regards to setting up a city council retreat.
Second.
Motion's been made by Counselor Gore, seconded by Vice Mayor Parton. Any questions or comments? Okay, roll call.
Counselor Gore,
Yes.
Counselor Denton,
Yes.
Counselor Pelham,
Yeah,
Mayor Bennett,
Yes.
Counselor Randolph,
Yes.
Vice Mayor Parton.
Yes.
Mayor Bennett, you have 7-0, motion passes.
Thank you. Counselor Denton?
Oh.
You're up.
Mine's gonna be quick. I'm asking the city manager to come back to council. I can only speak as the counselor for Ward 5, but there may be other counselors that are receiving calls like me that their trash isn't being picked up.
Yep.
I go out every Monday and check and see where it's not being picked up and whether it's on the street. I can give you a list of people in our city who are not very happy with our trash pickup right now. And I do think we need to look at it, but I would like for the city manager, he is well aware of it. I have to call their office on Mondays and Tuesdays.
And
with constant
Wednesdays, and
complaints.
Thursdays, and Fridays.
And they don't like to see my number coming up on their phone because they know what it is. But we do have an issue and it's a serious one. And I would like to see if our city manager, it's not a quick fix, but he and I have talked about it. I'd just like for him to come back to city council because I know that is Mr. Tommy Wells filming this tonight?
Not this one, no ma'am.
Uh-oh. Because a lot of my constituents, I have emailed them and told them it was gonna be on this council meeting. So I'm sure they're watching.
We
We'll
are,
watch it tomorrow night.
we are live on YouTube on our
and
broadcasting.
they can repeat that too.
Yeah, but
And then
they
it'll
gotta
be-
have a
it-
computer, right?
Yes, yeah.
Well, some of my people don't have that, but I will send another email and, let them know. We don't have this televised tonight, but hopefully they can watch the live and know that it has been brought up. And we are working on it and I hope we come up with a solution. And I would like, Mr. Altman, if you could maybe come back the end of August? Is that too quick?
No, I think the end of August would be fine. I had planned on inviting CVWMA to come and present to council in August anyway.
Okay,
So we will do that at the same time and have, since we contract with them to contract, and they administer the contract for waste removal and recycling here in the city, for them to come and give us an update, because in addition to every member of council, staff, they also receive those calls on their hotline. They can tell us what they've done to improve their call center, which unfortunately, it isn't just a Hopewell issue. Meridian is under contract through CVWMA to provide trash removal service in Hopewell, Petersburg, Colonial Heights, and the town of Ashland. And when a problem occurs at the beginning of the week in one community, then it dominoes into every community and causes delays. And I know Meridian sent out information to their residents. So they, in Prince George, like in Chesterfield, you can pick, they don't do a contract, but you can pick individually who you want to pick up your trash. In Prince George, I know Meridian sent a postcard out to residents indicating that their residential service in that county would be ending July 30th, and at that point in time, they would have to find a different company to pick up their trash. So in that postcard, they cited CDL competition for CDL drivers, the truck drivers, as one of the reasons why. But so there are issues there that I think definitively need a discussion. I know that all of you have gotten those phone calls. I know that we have gotten. It isn't a Monday or Tuesday issue. It is a Monday through Friday issue, unfortunately, because when we have, I think last week we got an email, which was kind of the kiss of death, that said all routes in Hopewell completed, and immediately within an hour of getting that email, we knew that wasn't the case. So, absolutely, I'll be more than happy to bring her back, bring CVWMA and have Ms. Hines come in and talk to council at the second meeting in August.
And this is not a inexpensive service that the citizens are paying for. And I'm getting hit with, if they're not gonna pick it up, why am I paying for it? So, is it possible, Mr. Altman, that he would be at our August 10th meeting?
I can ask
Okay,
to see if the availability, but we can definitely at the latest have them here at the second meeting for sure.
okay.
But
That
yeah,
would be-
and I think I would say, sorry, that, and I can't speak for all residents, but I think residents would be willing to pay more for a consistent service. And right now, we have, at the time it was CFS, then Meridian bought CFS, and I think they bought the business. They came in at a low number and then realized that it was gonna be actually more expensive to provide the service than they did. So I think our residents would probably be willing to pay a little bit more to make sure that trash got picked up consistently and there were no problems. Because I think ultimately that's where we're gonna be, because they did lowball the number in the contract.
But is that our issue?
Not right now, it
I'm
isn't,
not trying
but,
to- no,
so,
I mean-
this is where we are. So our contract with Meridian expires in 2024.
Oh, boy.
So I would anticipate at some point, they'll say, well, you know, we need a contract adjustment. Well, that's not our problem. But when that contract expires in 2024 and we go out to bid again, I would anticipate that low bid number being higher than what we're paying right now. But if we're getting better and consistent service, I think our citizens would be willing to pay that. The first contract of Meridian expires and will be rebid is Colonial Heights. They're working on the bid package right now for that bid. And there will be language included in that bid that will address Hopewell, Petersburg, and Ashland. And I think the language is gonna say something to the effect that effective on or before like July 1, 2024, that you could have these contracts. So there would be an opportunity. We can't jump, we could try to terminate our contract, but we'd have to have a vendor to go to. And with this bid going out, I think that would help provide us an option to whoever was the bidder in Colonial Heights ultimately, if we were to continue to be faced with the issues we're seeing right now. But we'll have CVWMA here for y'all in August.
So you're gonna have May, not
just-
Meridian, right? So what you're saying?
May,
I mean, who are you having here?
CVWMA, who
Okay.
is who we contract with.
Yes, that's the contractor, I'm sorry, I
Yeah,
was,
yeah, we,
but not the
yeah,
actual
not
vendor,
Meridian,
Meridian.
not the Meridian
So if
vendor.
you want Meridian here, you're gonna have to ask him for that, cause he's doing the Central Virginia Waste Management
Right.
people who contract for us.
Now, they're the ones that actually do the recycling.
Meridian is not our recycling.
Meridian
Meridian is
is
just trash.
People,
Just trash.
Meridian is trash.
yeah.
And see,
Um,
that is the.
Central
So-
Virginia
well-
Waste Management is who we contract through.
Yeah,
they
CVWMA is
subcontract.
who we contract with, and they contract out both trash and recycling service for us.
Well, why do we do that?
Okay, so Counselor Pelham and then Counselor
Yeah.
Bohr.
So the other, my issue would be, we all have that issue with the calls. There's nothing in the contract that there's no monetary penalty for this so why can't we implement that?
So CVWMA has taken the steps that they need to enforce the contract requirements on Meridian for all the communities involved.
But if they haven't done it, they have to pay the cost.
No, but, so, the fact that they've enforced it doesn't necessarily equate to pickup, right? They can still not be performing. That's Meridian's issue. So CVWMA has taken the steps necessary. Now it's gonna be, an issue between, so Meridian's attorneys are gonna say, we're doing what we're supposed to be doing, and that's where we're kinda at. So that's
We
where
don't have to
I,
worry about Meridian, because that's a subcontractor. We contract with the big boy.
Right.
So
no,
that's
so
why we worry about what they
CVWMA
doing.
does not do trash pickup.
No.
Well, then what?
They are the Central Virginia Waste Management Authority, which Hopewell, Prince George, not Prince George,
All
Hopewell,
trusted.
Petersburg, Colonial Heights, Ashland,
Right, I know all of them.
Chesterfield is there, Powhatan is there, so they're a regional authority that contracts the services out for communities, and you get economies of scale when you do
Okay.
that, as opposed to contracting it out yourself.
And
They are our contracting agent to get the service.
Who appoints the authority? The state?
Hmm?
Is the authority of the state of Virginia,
No.
or they a private entity?
They would be a quasi-governmental agency.
So no one's really accountable.
Well, no, their job,
look like to me.
CVWMA's job is on our behalf and all their members' behalf to enforce the contracts on the vendors. And that's,
I can't
and
tell.
that's what they're doing. But you can't tell because enforcing the contract doesn't equate to them picking trash up on time. I can fine Randolph Inc. and she can pay the fine, but it doesn't mean she's gonna perform
So
any
they
better.
gotta keep doing it then.
Right, exactly.
Especially since they keep saying that it's lack of bodies.
Yeah, it was initially
But
COVID.
no, don't take that excuse, just find them more and more.
Or see if you can get out of the contract.
Yeah, they need to get
But
out.
then you
They're
gotta find
horrible.
somebody else that'll do it. By the way, I have been helping anybody and everybody online on Facebook. I don't ask them what ward they're in. I don't care. I'm not out trying to step on anybody's toes. I just been throwing it to Debbie Pershing to help everybody that goes on Facebook saying they didn't get their trash picked up or their recycling.
Yeah, that's appropriate. Yeah.
Counselor Moore?
No, it's okay, if you answer my question.
Okay, moving on to, would you like any action on this evening? Are you asking for council to take
I'm not
action?
asking for any action, just for the city manager to come, if he's
Don't we have
got,
to vote on that?
no,
I think we should take
do
that.
we, now, well, let's make a motion that,
Okay.
I move that we ask the city manager to, look into this situation, and if possible, have them CB, whatever, to be at our August the 10th meeting. And if possible, even someone from Meridian. And I bet we'd fill this room.
Second.
Motion's been made by,
If I put it out to my distribution list, we'll fill it up.
motion's been made by Counselor Denton, seconded by Vice Mayor Parton. No, lights, roll call?
Counselor Gore,
No, I'm joking, I'm joking.
We're getting a little punchy.
Counselor-
This is getting punchy now.
We'll just
Counselor,
cancel pressure.
Counselor Denton,
Yes.
Counselor Pelham,
Yes.
Mayor Bennett,
Yes.
Counselor Randolph,
Yes.
With Joe.
Vice Mayor Parton.
Yes.
Mayor Bennett, you have 6-0, motion passes.
Thank you, Vice Mayor Parton?
All right, let's see if we can get this one done. So this request is after seeing that Prince George, Dinwiddie, I want to say Hanover, Henrico, and Chesterfield all did some step pay raises and increases for their public safety officers. This request is to authorize our city manager to look into what the other localities did and to present a recommendation back to city council by the second meeting in November.
I have a question.
Counselor Warren.
I have two questions. One, I thought in the budget process, the city manager said that that was already a request to look at the comp for this, he mentioned that he was gonna be doing it. And in that request, I also asked for the staffing for the fire department. He said it was a grant he was gonna be looking at and bringing that information back to us too. So is this separate from what he's already working on?
So the class and comp that I was looking at, I sacrificed for the raise.
No, but you specifically said that she was looking at public safety because
Yeah,
you said, you
so-
mentioned them doing their.
Yeah,
raises.
we're trying to have a regional discussion about, you know, stabilizing at least south of the Appomattox, pay, so we're not robbing people from each other. But, so we're working towards that. And the SAFER grant, get that information, all that had already, the deadline to apply had already passed when we had that conversation with council. But we can get you the grant application and information, and it's very similar to the COPS grant, which provides 80% federal funding, 20% local, then 60-40, and then you wean it off, and we have to pay the full freight at like 3 years in. I think what Councilor or Vice Mayor Parton and I talked about is what everyone's doing has inflated the costs of doing business. Prince George did things specific to public safety. Dinwiddie did an overall class and comp, but then did some extra for public safety because in reaction to somewhat what Prince George was doing. Henrico and Chesterfield led the way in a battle in the Richmond region to who would be the top employer or the best employer that was paying the most for public safety. Then Hanover got pulled into that. So we're suffering a little bit because other jurisdictions are increasing their pay. So we know that we need to react, and so I've already started talking to both police and fire about looking at what the other jurisdictions are doing so we can develop a plan to bring to council. Because ultimately it's gonna be, we can come up with a plan, we gotta find a way to afford it.
So is this still the same conversation we had from the budget?
Well, it's intensified now because of what everybody did in the budget process. And it's, we know numbers now as a result of, because Prince George held it very close to the vest until after the budget year started. Now we know what they planned and what they were doing. So the information's gonna be available to us now to be able to bring that back.
I think I heard Councilor Parton make a motion, I'll second it.
All right. Come on. 1 minute.
My only thought on this was tied into what the city managers just said. Before we actually look at the steps for pay raises, we've got to look at setting a new criteria to keep the current officers we have. So I'm not against what you're proposing. I'm just thinking we're putting the cart before the horse because we really can't do step pay raises until we decide that we're going to initiate, higher salaries for entry level and how we're gonna pay for that, because that'll change our step pay raises, the whole criteria. So I'm kind of thinking that we should do that first and then afterwards.
Well, so
You bring us back both of us.
You weren't next, Counselor Denton was.
So we only have 30 seconds, and I would like to place this on unfinished business for the next agenda.
vote in 30 seconds.
Oh, well, go ahead.
Are we including in this, it says police and firefighter step pay raises? Are we including our sheriff's department as well?
You're just saying that because they're here.
I mean,
They're always here.
I gotta leave here
Uh-huh. Yeah, they're important.
They're important
They
too.
can-
Oh, I didn't say they
Yes,
weren't important.
we can
I
look
just thought
into it
because
as
they were
well.
staring right at us.
Got
But-
no problem with it.
But wouldn't that
So
make
there's
a
a-
problem because they're constitutional office and then we have to do other constitutional offices? We're looking at city departments.
Yeah, so
Unfortunately, yes.
our constitutional officers, some of those positions are comp board positions, some of those are city
can
funded
augment 'em.
positions.
Yep.
So we do get into that piece of
Hey, I just
looking
try to
at.
save us from Pandora's box.
That's right.
I don't really care. I'm just saying.
The meeting is adjourned.
Thank you.
Well, I was gonna say, we had started the item, so at the last meeting.
Yeah, we actually,
We-
Kim
too.
finished.
At the last meeting,
Oh, yeah.
at the,
Oh,
hold
that's
on,
right.
hold on.
Hold on.
Hey, hold on, hey, guys.
I'm wondering if you guys would like.
At the last
Would you
meeting,
guys
the city attorney opined that once you start a topic,
You
even
can
though time
finish it
expires,
even
you
though, yeah.
finish that topic.
Okay, I'm sorry.
So we can finish this topic.
Okay.
Oh, because there is a.
But you can still get it in advance, but you wanna print it out in advance, right?
So there's a motion on the floor in a second.
Yep.
We can vote.
Well, okay, but since the thing's put on the floor
Okay,
now.
but I mean, do you want me to
Let's be
prepare
real.
this and leave it
I mean,
for
we
you?
got
for the
constitutional
meeting?
officers, and we already
But you,
caught
cause you want it beforehand.
problems.
Gotcha,
Excuse me,
okay.
ma'am. Excuse me, ma'am. We caught, we caught problems like 2 budget cycles ago. No, forget
Meeting
that.
adjourned.
We caught problems. We did the class and comp study in 2018, and we did not include staff who did the comp plan did not include constitutional officers. And council voted to include constitutional officers because of the complaints that we received, but we didn't know they weren't included. But from that experience, I'm just hesitant that this could be the same situation.
So
that
do you
people-
wanna do-
especially the clerk of court, because she's always talking about her staff. And meaning that they need to have a raise.
I'm looking at the public safety part of it. I mean, we have firefighters, the police department, the sheriff department. Who else am I missing? I would like to discuss that. That's the direction I'm going with.
Then someone can say, I'm not trying to be funny, someone can say public works is always excluded, and they're on the front line doing stuff all the time too. I'm just letting you know.
Well, I mean,
I'm just
so
playing devil's advocate.
the,
I would have to say
They didn't
the,
hazard pay
yeah.
for
I'll
COVID-19
take it
either,
just a second.
so the,
Take it step by step.
well, I was thinking, if we wanna
One
go
at a
that,
time.
if,
But I
yeah,
just don't wanna take it one at a time and let everything else fall.
if we wanna go that far, then I would say we just have to look at just an overall redoing our class of comp totally.
Yes. I mean,
And
I
how
don't
we
mean
pay
to
for
be
that.
difficult, I'm just saying, because public works didn't get hazard pay, they were out here working. Someone could say Commissioner of Revenue's office, someone could say planning, and not trying to be funny, the last time we did raises, we did
Yeah.
police.
Mhm.
Then we were supposed to do fire never got theirs,
Right.
and now,
Yeah,
Well, that's how we discuss in our priorities meeting.
Well, and the other thing too is I don't mind paying for the class and comp because I feel that we need to value our employees and the staff just the way that they value what they do, you know? They could be anywhere else, but they're here. So that's just my.
I take back my second, because I wanna do everybody.
There you go.
I knew it was too good to be true.
You know who to blame? I was fine.
So we-
So do you want?
so you remove, you withdrew your second, you're withdrawing your second.
Yeah, I'm all for equality.
So we'll put this back on the next council meeting agenda,
Unfinished.
unfinished business.
Y'all just y'all illegalists.
Unfinished business.
Yes, we are done.
Did we vote? We didn't vote on that.
No, we haven't done anything, we need to.
I stood up for the sheriff department. Can I have help walking out?
Okay, so.
Okay,
do we
so
need
we're,
to-
so Jasmine withdrew her second,
Okay.
so there's, the item dies, meeting adjourned.
Molly, you need to know that,
We didn't make a motion to adjourn.
Molly,
Yes, ma'am.
the Jasmine removed her second. Okay,
Thank you.
okay, and so it's going to go to unfinished business, yes.
Got it, okay.
No, I'm good.
Well,
I'll come and get it tomorrow. I'm going to that.
Is that the 7-Eleven freebie? Yeah.
I saw you behind nerds.
she calls them snurf.
Good for her.
No, I got it, thank you.
Slurpees.
Yeah, I got it. Thank you, though, appreciate it.
Oh, I see the way.
I wanted to.
Overtime?
Okay, don't say anything.